Is the stream working, guys? Is the stream working? Okay. Today's stream is gonna be some TCG card game sim again. This time I want to do something a little bit different. So I bought a metric fuck ton of cards that I'm gonna be opening every single day, and then also whenever I get a new follower on stream. So let me show you the goods, what I got. So I got some Freedom of Endurance cards where you can get the epic legendary Osama bin Laden rookie card. So I'm hoping I pull that from either of these boxes. I got some retro Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and then I also got some Pokemon cards. So hopefully, I don't know what the fuck is good in these two. And then the only thing I know is Osama in this one. So before we get in, I'm gonna open up one of these packs. I have 8 of the retro Yu-Gi-Oh packs, 6 of the Pokemon packs, and then I have 47 of the Freedom of Endurance packs, just because I opened one already just to see, but you can tell from all the cards that I have. And for the Pokemon ones, I only got these just because I saw that they had a Pokemon Go Team Yellow pack. So I'll go ahead with the Yu-Gi-Oh cards first. I don't know if there's a way that I'm supposed to do these. Like if there's the secret rare, like if you have to move the cards around. And I don't know any of the good cards in this, just so you know. Oh, this one's so epic. Manga. Manga. Giant Tornado. Pog. Sonic Bird. Pog. Oh, this one has a foil name. Foil name on it. Let's go. Harpy Lady. I remember this card from the anime back in the day. Oh, two-headed Thunder Dragon. Fusion. Oh, so sick. So cool. Baby Dragon is another one that I remember. And then this one I also remember. But yeah, that was the first pack for the first day. So let's go get into the game. And let me move this camera real quick so it doesn't block my view of the game. Oh god, everything's sliding. Okay, so let me change to TCG card. TCG card game. All right. So we left off on day 8. I didn't go anywhere past that. I got my boxes, my dice, the sleeves, the spray, and the cards. I don't have any. I checked. I don't have anything good opened. So, yeah. Let's just get into this. I did mark everything up by like 20%. So. Oh? Oh, they're buying shit. 69. I may have to lower the prices. Because I did mark everything up extremely high. Because I was told I shouldn't do market price. Well, what the fuck is this guy doing with a suit on? And sandals. Okay, let's see what you got. One pack. Okay. Pricey. Okay. I'll just bring it to... Oh, yeah. I'm gonna keep the dice the same price. Since no one was complaining about the dice. Oh, he got so much. That guy just lost. No, word got out that I had this expensive shit. Oh my god. This guy's like me buying all the packs. But it wasn't $36, it was more. Holy shit, 13. Buy more cards, please. Please buy more cards. That guy came in and left. He saw the prices. He's a broke boy. Oh no. This game is pretty chill. I think after today, I will get rid of all my boxes, all my empty boxes. I'm really running out of dice. Yep, come get your one thing of dice, dude. Fair price. Holy fuck. Oh, is she gonna buy dice after playing cards? No, she's leaving. God, the dice are so expensive. Oh, average Twitch viewer. There they go to play cards. And those two guys are just... Okay, the one guy is just creeping. Oh, wait, no, he's playing. Oh, buy more than just card sleeves. And you only bought 2. Oh my god. I think I just need like one more sale. Yeah, like one more sale and then I should be good to... Depending on what they get. That was not enough. Not enough to buy more dice. Ooh, but wait, let's see. Oh, I just need 50 cents. feel like my sensitivity is fucked. I got incredible, like, brain rot. And, I've just been playing constant, the new Sword Art game. And it's fun, but holy shit, it's very grindy. I'll set those up the next day, tomorrow. Wait, how much are the boxes? Let's see. I maybe can get another one of those. Oh my god, clean 100 smelly customers. Let's go, cleaning them. I'll wait for these guys to get done before I close the shop. Holy fuck, he bought a bunch of dice. I didn't sell any cards really. I sold a lot of dice, a lot of almost all my boxes. One deodorant. I wonder... I'm just gonna hit enter on them. Okay, so they just leave. Revenue 700. Supply cost 1,000. Upgrade cost 300. Oh yeah, because I bought the new shelf. Rent paid, profit 0. 500. So, let me move this and we can open another pack. Another pack, oh my god. Let's change cameras. Hopefully this is centered. Oh, yes. Okay. I opened one Yu-Gi-Oh! I got a Pokemon and a Freedom of Endurance. I think I'm gonna go with the Freedom of Endurance. Oh, that opened nice. Osama. Osama. Okay. So then the sticker card. USA, home of the brave. I got an AC 130 that one's pretty cool. Who is this? Secretary of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge. He's not Osama, but maybe. Oh. U.S. Security of Treasury. I already have. Oh my god! I got. Holy shit! Bush calls New York mayor. Bush calls New York mayor. Let's go. Let's go. Bush. Bush. I'm throwing him in. Let's go. I got Bush. USS Cole returns to action. I think I have this one already. USS Winston Churchill. I think I have this one already. Yeah, this one right there. And then I have another copy. F-16. Deliver fierce firepower. I got that one right there. So let me take these. I'm going to throw those under there. And then I will probably do, for the next pack, another Freedom Endurance or Pokemon, since I have so many of these. And then I only have 6 of these and then 7 more of these. So yep. Let's get back into the game. Again? I got people lining up already. Throw all those right there. Guys, I gotta throw out all these boxes. I know you want to scratch your itch and pick up cards, but like, let me throw all these away. Throw that one. Eight days worth of garbage. I'm fucking speedrunning this shit. On. I could so pick up like all 3 of these boxes and just throw them all away at once. There goes the box collection. I need to move this camera real quick. Alright. I think I may throw that right there, yeah. Let me price check these. Round. Market price 10%. Market price. Market price. Round. Market price 10%. I may do like 350 on these. I think I can. Oh wait, no, I can't afford. Let me get one of those. And then we'll get one of those. My God. Let's open for business. Oh no. Oh, I got a phone call. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I got a phone call and I thought it was going to be something important, but it was a nothing. A nothing! A nothing! And I got all these people waiting for me. Ooh, easy 20. One, 6. Let's go. Oh, now that seems good. Ooh. Oh my god. The George Bush card gave me luck. Oh my god. Is this a... Okay. I'll be in like 1 second. Let me open these cards. That was like the first pack that didn't have foil. Or like effect on it. Is this the last one? All of them turned into like from good to meh. You were easy. Oh. So many card sleeves, no cards. Market price 10% round. Market price 10% round. Market price 10% round. Holy fuck. This guy saw me pulling like good cards and he was like, oh fuck, I can pull some good shit. I made... Let's see if I can pull more. Oh, holy fuck. That was the money, dude. That fucking card. Oh my god. Wait, did I just get another one of those? I got 2 of those? Oh, no, I don't think so. Oh my god. I'm pulling absolute bangers. Let's see. $4? People only want individual cards. They're like, your other shit is too expensive. Wait, let me pull out this book. Holy... Take that. Take that. Take that. That. The very friends of people walk in, they're like, oh fuck, this guy's got good shit. This guy's got like good shit. Actually, I'm just gonna make this clean 100. Oh my god, I open up packs and then everyone comes in. That's trash. No. No one spawned a box. No one spawned any white dice. Oh, you're gonna go for the $700 card, dude. I can't believe I pulled a fucking $650 card, or like almost $800 card. That's insane. Let's see. I'm not selling enough of those to justify it. Accessories. Dice. Custom sleeves. They're just coming in. That guy walked over, shook his head, he saw the cards in that person's hand and was like, fuck, they got shit. That guy's just creeping over the one guy. Oh, they were gonna buy the $700 card. I think I'm gonna buy another one. Wait. No. Throw those down there. Was that? No, that wasn't. Wait, how do I get out? I'm blocked. This guy is trapped. I do need to reorganize this shop a bit. Like, fix that. But it's the next day. And 6 dissatisfied. It's $7 profit, let's go. So now, day 10. Pause the game real quick. And then bring out the cards. Okay. Since I have so many of these Freedom of Endurance cards, I'm going to open up another one of these. No new followers yet, which is fine. Fine, everything is fine. Everything is all good. Let's see if I can get a clean... This one has the Osama in it. I know it. There goes. Bam. God bless America. God bless America, guys. Throw that there. A fueling station. Air Force, eye in the sky. Ooh. Now who is this? U.S. Attorney General. That's pretty cool. Ottawa rally to honor America. Let's go. FA-C 18C Hornet. F-16C fires a weapon? It fires a weapon, guys. I'm gonna actually slide that one in. I think I will also put this one in there. In here as well. Let me grab all of these. And throw these back in there. And then in the end, I'll show all the cards that I didn't throw in. But we got a fresh new Freedom Endurance pack. And then I will probably do one more of these for the next day. And then another Yu-Gi-Oh! One. And then Pokemon. To wrap it all up. So let's get back into the game. Give me like 2 seconds, please. 2 seconds. Okay. New day, new shoppers. I'm still good with that. That's still good. I don't think I'm gonna really adjust any of these. Let's see for cards. I think I may go ahead and get 2 of these. I'm gonna rip all 11 of these packs. Let's see what I got. Ooh. Okay, that's... Ooh. Ooh. Wow, I got like... That's crazy. I got like 2 of the foils? 3? Okay, I got 3 more I can pull. Let's see. Am I gonna get like another $700 card? Collect 100 cards? Damn, all those were not good. Let me open up the... Wait, oh, fuck. There. Oh, a nice cool 3 packs. Let's see. So I just had that 300. Come on, get the 700. No. Right there. Oh, wow. A lot of sleeves for this guy. Actually, wait, what the fuck? That guy was losing and then that person's like, what the fuck? Let's see. No one wants my cards. No one wants them. Not a bad price, but I'm broke. At least he said so. Oh, is he looking back? He's going back to it? This guy was like, I want to buy it, but I'm poor. I'm broke. I'm a broke boy. Oh my god, so many fucking smelly people coming in. I sprayed the card. It has become devalued. This guy's paying $6. He should have paid $3. Is he gonna go buy packs? Ooh, I think this guy bought like quite a few. Ooh, nice $40. Oh my god, this guy... Fucking... Wait. Oh, he got the $700 card! Holy fuck. This guy, he's big ballin', dude. He's fucking big fucking ballin'. That pays for like so much shit now. I thought I was gonna have that card for like days, weeks, years. I'm gonna go ahead and pay both of those. Card stock. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. I'll buy 2 of those. I'll probably get one of those. Let's see. Put that away. Market price. Round. Okay. I'm back to $9 after paying all the bills. And then... buying more boxes. $31. Heck. 31. That. I wish I had a keypad. You should have bought deodorant, dude. He's gonna buy more packs. Fair price, I'd say. I don't have any cards over there. I haven't dipped into my addiction of opening packs. But this guy obviously has an addiction. Nasty gamer sweat. I don't have any cards, dude. Oh, I gotta take one of these. And a couple of those. No one's buying a lot of the white dice. I'm gonna keep one of these boxes there so I can move shit around. How much is it for another table? 200? Oh, wow. Oh, wait. I got one. Just one pack of dice. There you go. You bought so many sleeves and no cards? DIY. I'm just gonna buy another table right now. Oh no. There. I need to upgrade my place. Or move some more shit around. There's two people just watching over there. No one's buying the new boxes. I haven't even seen what's out here. Cheese bite pizza's hot and ready. Okay, let's see what you got. Ooh, a bunch of packs. That guy's just staring at me. $14? What the foot? I feel like this guy's gonna get something done. He's just browsing. No cards. You have no cards. You have nothing. If I didn't pay, I would have been like up. Let me actually wait. Honorary card unboxing. Okay. Let's get back into it. Why is my camera not focused? There it goes. The good old Freedom of Endurance cards. I'm gonna do another one of these. Osama. Osama be in this pack. Dude. Oh my god. What the? Look at... These packs are deteriorating. Dude. Don't damage the cards. Smells just like 9/11. Ooh. Proud, brave, and strong. USS Kitty Hawk? I'm actually gonna throw that in. I think, no, I didn't get one of these yet. I've got one of these. B-52 bomber flies. I've got one of these already. Already got one of these. Okay. At this point, I feel like I'm gonna have a whole lot of duplicates for the Endurance of Freedom. And I do like this, where it's like, just like, it's straight up just all a Freedom of Endurance cards, and then just one Pokemon card. Let me grab another Freedom pack. And let's get back into the game. Hey, quick move this. Oh, okay, good. Resume. That's just an empty box. Throw all these white dice over there. I'm not really selling a lot of those ones. Of these. Yeah, those can stay the same. I could probably... I think I may buy some of the sleeves. I think the sleeves are the only thing that I really need to worry about getting, because I'm done running low on. I'm gonna clear out this shelf and see what I get. Come on, I just want like one like really good card. That's good. Ooh. Now that's good. Real good. Ooh, that's another good one. Ooh. I didn't see that one. Ooh. Everyone's looking at me opening packs. Ooh. I didn't see the price. That seemed like it was good. No, that wasn't actually. Ooh. Okay, last ones. Oh, another $900 card. Okay. Ooh, oh my god, I'm pulling actual shit now. Again. Oh, wait, I can didn't know I could move this thing. So that right there. Have the dice right there. Oh wait, no, fuck. I didn't. Okay. Oh yeah. I think that's good. Have that like kind of like in the middle of the room. So people can walk in, see how much cash I have, and be like, oh yeah, let's rob this fucker. Let me pull out my cards. That there, that there, there. Make these extremely high. I'm gonna do 7 for this one. No card undervalued. I'm gonna throw that box right there. Spare box to move shit around easy. Put that there. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, people are coming in through this way. I may move the dice over to there. I really hope the pulling that I've been getting in the game matches the pulling of cards I'm actually unpacking. I hope that they can get him back there. Ooh, he bought a bunch of cards. Ooh. I think... yeah, the first 3 are 100. Oh, yay. Oh, yay. $41. Let's go. Okay, they can get back there. Hopefully they can get into that last one with people standing or playing on those two. Let me actually put that there. Oh, looks like they can get back there easy. Oh my god, it's me, guys! It's me! It looks like me! Oh my god. Holy fuck, she got a bunch of boxes. Buy packs. Or dice. Dice give me money. They give me so much money. You should buy deodorant, dude. Buy some deodorant. Have fun. Don't stink up the place. Oh my god, I got another smeller. Parkour over. Parkour civilization. Parkour over chair to spray him. I think I'm gonna get another one of these. I need to hit 12 for that one. Oh, that guy just got a $100 card. Did he get another one? He got two $200 cards. I'm pogging, guys. I'm pogging. Oh my god. He got two. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Just two things of dice. Oh, he's gonna buy all those boxes. Oh, only one. Oh, $7 card? I like how I made like a short and then I got a comment saying, all you have to do is just read the comment, read what the computer says, and then give the cash back. And it's like, yeah, dude, I know. I'm complaining because he paid $20 for a, like, 30-cent card. And I thought it was funny. Funny to complain, funny to whine. This guy goes around. Wait, that guy just went around the thing, the tables. Look at the card and say, this shit's expensive as fuck. Oh, but this guy, he knows what's up. I almost fucked that. Jesus, like $300 sales within like 2 seconds. Those two guys are just sitting there waiting. Waiting to play cards with their friends. Let me flip the lights on. I worked at another shop for a few months and gained experience. Just finished art school, so I have time to work for a while. Don't hire me. I play and know a lot about TCG. Do I get card packs as a bonus at the end of the month? No. My work standards is quite high, and my skills will be quite invulnerable. I'm not sure why my friends keep calling me the Red Comet. They say I move 3 times faster. Maybe they're just slow. Axel Charleston. Wait, if I get Gamer Girl, that'll make people come. Buy cards. Come buy cards. This is just like quite a nice chill game. I'm not gonna spend any money at the end of the day. And then I'm gonna rake in a bunch. I'm gonna rake in so much money today. This card shop has turned my life around. So I'm guessing you can get other packs now, or other like card games. Shop lot B, so you can get an A store and a B store. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. this guy really smells. Thank you for being so smelly and buying my cards. Wait, let's see. I know, so... Wait. So 2 of the boxes, 2 of the 64. I'm gonna be ripping cards in game and in real life in a second. Okay, this day's over. I probably made no money. Oh, wait, no, I made $400 after everything, even after buying supplies. Again, it's time for that time. Give me like 2 seconds while I set up the pack cam. Again. So, I've opened up like 3 of these already. So I'm gonna do a Yu-Gi-Oh! For this one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro Pack. Nice clean unpacking. I don't know if that's good. Mother Grizzly. Ooh, Penguin Soldier foil. No, that's good. Thousand Dragon. I think I used to run this card. I've already got one of these earlier. Thunder Dragon. Okay, yes. 7 Tools of Bandit. Let me throw that in there. Since this is a foil or shiny card, I'm gonna throw that right there. Throw that right there. Throw that right there. Next day I'm gonna start the Pokemon cards. And then I'll probably do 2 more of these. 2 days of these and then 1 of these. But yeah, let's get back into the game. Resume? So let's see. I'm actually gonna take these 2. Okay, there goes. that away. Oh fuck, I still have again. Handy dandy empty box. Let me buy some dice. Which one? I think red's out for right now, so let me buy. Add one of those. I think red and white. Or didn't I have a box of? I thought I had a box of white dice. I think I might just get another one. Yeah. Those there. I'm still making good on that one. That one's still fine. That one's still fine. I want to try and get like $15 for those. Let's start opening these. Ooh, $13? $22? Come on, baby. Give me something good. Give me some good shit. Ooh, okay, that was good. Okay. I actually got fucked there. I'm guessing that... Yeah. Actually, I'll do something for that. Let's just see. Let's just do a little bit of trolling. My DIY, let's see. Oh, I don't have enough for another thing. Yeah, I guess, I'm all stocked. I'm gonna throw that there. We're open for a shop now. He didn't even buy the evolved version, too. Let me look outside. Oh, you can walk really far in this. They're all like, what? Why are you selling all these cards for this much? They're fucking cheaper. This guy actually ran me out of my red dice. 170. Oh, this guy's stealing all my sleeves. He's stealing all my sleeves. The other guy stole my dice. The top shelf is almost cleared out. Parsley's a little expensive. Someone just bought like 10 of them. Oh no. Stink alert. Ooh, Stinky Guy got a lot of shit. Expansion? Expansion? Oh no, all my shit. This will be my fucking storage area for now. Oh my god, there's so many cards. She was like, I'm getting out of here, this crazy guy. Man, this is expensive. Yeah, all the cards I unbox are expensive. I feel like I need to get like another table. Because I just have so many people coming into play. And I feel like that's where I'm gonna make the money from. People playing the dice. Easy tenor. And you get blue dice. Is that blue? No, that's white. Oh god. It's so fucking expensive. I'll load those up there just to try and get rid of them. Oh wow, I'm out of... only have those card sleeves left. I can skip out on the white dice. Take those out. I may make enough at the end of today to get just 3 boxes of those. Yeah, I did. Stock. Oh my god, there's so many people playing. So many card players. Ooh, easy $24 from that. Oh my god, everyone's leaving. Wow, these are cheap. Only 3 cards bought. Items bought, games earned. Day 12. So you know what that means, gamers. It's time to open a pack. The big old pack opening time. I've opened 2 of these. I think 3 or 4 of these, and then 0 Pokemon. So I think it's time to get the Pokemon one. Oh god, I don't want to ruin these. I'm just gonna keep my knife open. Oh god. Ooh. I saw something really nice in here already. These I got from a Pokemon Go set. So, Charmander. Oh, Bulbous Charmander. Bulbs, both starters. Oh, Mudkip. Onyx. Oh my god, Tyranitar. Holy shit. I don't know how fucking good these are, but dude. Dragonite? Dude. Fuck. Chansey. Steelix is kind of cool. This guy, cool. And then, if you want the code, here's the code. Okay, that's enough of that. So then these are the ones that I'm probably not going to put in my thing, but let's move that aside and that aside, that aside. Charmander. Going in. Even though these aren't shiny, I still like the Generation 1 Pokemon. Mudkip, classic. Tyranitar, this is actually sick. Dragonite? Steelix. Throwing that right down there. And then I'm just gonna throw that guy in. So I got, oh my god. So out of the Freedom and Endurance, I've put in Force and Streaming, one single Yu-Gi-Oh card, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 7 Pokemon cards since starting the stream. I feel like the Pokemon cards and the TCG card game synchronized. I pulled good shit in the card game. I pulled good shit in packs. So let's go swap back to gameplay. Let me adjust this real quick. Resume. Let's see. I'm going to... So that one's good. That one's good. I'm gonna throw the card boxes right there. This one, I can throw one more red out here. Nah, that's just my spare box. I don't know if I have enough to get a... Do I have enough to get a box? 2 boxes? Okay, I do. Yeah, I know you want it. Scratch your itch, dude. I'm spending so much money on cards. Put the spare one up there. I don't have enough. I don't have enough to get anything else. I think I'll take these. Oh, sweet. Just enough. I'll do 6 for that. I think that's everything. Blue dice, it's actually insane how quick they go. Oh my god, this guy's buying so many packs. Oh, and I finally sold that one. Let me get 2 orders of these. You can never have enough deodorant around these people. These smelly gamers. Look, there's one coming down the road now. I'm sorry, I left you waiting for so long, sir. There's just a degenerate, smelly person coming through. Throw that spare box down there. With the amount of cards I'm selling, I want to lower the price, but a part of me doesn't want to because I think it's gonna, they're gonna like pop off soon. Oh no. Bald ass, smelly ass guy, dude. Running at my customers. I got like George Bush and Freedom Endurance, and then I got actually popped off with Pokemon cards. After this day, I can show. I got a Bulbasaur, Charizard. I got a foil. I think it's a foil. Tyranitar and Dragonite. And then in the game, I pulled like a $700 card. So it's been good so far. I'm hoping that my in-game luck will transfer to what I'm pulling. Oh no. Okay. Oh, a bunch of packs. Oh no. A lot of fucking smelly people coming around here. But that is the name of the shop. Nasty, sweaty gamer smell. what I can throw out there. Oh wow, I only have dog cards. Very smelly man, I see. Buying all the cleaner. Okay, so that should be good. Do 20.25. Someone will pick that up immediately. Oh, okay. Oh no. Four, five. Oh no. Oh no. Not a bad price, really. Did you pick up a card? No, you didn't. 4, 5. The people that are coming in and paying $20 for 25-cent cards is actually insane. I hope that they should add in like mystery packs where you can just throw a bunch of cards in. Just like take your bulk cards, throw them all into a pack, and then like resell them. Like how they have at like stores. Mystery Yu-Gi-Oh pack contains one foil card, one rare, one specialty rare, and then a bunch of dog shit commons. I think it's a 5. Ooh, yeah. 3. Oh wow, I actually have some good stuff I can put out. Let's see, I think I can upgrade my shop to be bigger. I probably shouldn't have went with the second upgrade for 600. I probably should have just saved it. Just so I could get more inventory space. I don't know if that guy... I think that guy bought stuff. No, he's leaving. Oh, $10. $10 profit. Day 14. Okay, give me 2 seconds and then we'll go back to the pack opening. Okay. Let me move these aside. So from what I've opened up on stream, I've opened up these 4 Freedom of Endurance packs. George Bush probably is peak of what I've opened up from there today. I've opened up only probably a single good Yu-Gi-Oh card. And then I got Charizard, Bulbasaur, just because Gen 1 starters. I really like them. Mudkip, a funny little Pokemon, funny little fish. I threw him in there. Tyranitar was, I think it's like foil, or it has like an effect on it, so I put it on there. I don't know anything about like foil, inverted foils, anything about that. Same thing with Dragonite, is it has an effect. Steelix and this one, I think they're both pretty cool. I like them, so that's why I kept them on there. I'm gonna open up another Pokemon card for day 7 because I'm continuing the playthrough that I started streaming a couple weeks ago. Oh my god, wait. I don't know if these are just, the starters are just common in this. Squirtle. Squirtle actually peak. Huge Blastoise fan. Gonna throw that in there. Bidoof. Okay. Onyx. I've gotten that before. This one, this is like one of the newest ones. I have no idea what it is. Chansey? Ooh, actually nice. Ooh, Articuno? This is another really nice one. Energy. Pokestop, don't care. Lure. And then here's a code for anyone. For if you play the online game. Let me throw these back there. I'm actually going to take this Yu-Gi-Oh card out and throw this Squirtle up here. And I'm also going to take this Mudkip and move it down here. Throw that down there. Throw Articuno right there. Bigger fan of Zapdos. Let me take these guys. Next page. I'll just throw the Yu-Gi-Oh card right there for now. So I don't know the pull rates, but these three seem really good. Starters, actually epic. Pretty cool. And then another one that it's like, ooh, really nice. But yeah, I have 6. Let me flip the page. I've got 4 more Yu-Gi-Oh! 4 more Pokemon. 6 more Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I had a box of Enduring Freedom and then another sealed box that I can go through. So yeah, let me take these. Throw those down there. These up. And let's get back into the gameplay. Let me whip this camera too. Check all these. Average cost. Market price. That seems fine. That still seems fine. That still seems fine. Still making 15. 31 for those. I'll do 1-7. 1-7. Round. Okay. How many cards do I have in this? I have 1. I'm just gonna open that. Spare box. I'll send that empty box away. Box. Okay. Probably go with one of those for now. Let's see. No, no. Eh, eh. Those are all kind of bad. Put that down there to clean up some space. Actually, throw those right there. I may do... Actually, I don't have enough money to do anything, really. Shop is coming along pretty good, though. People are still walking right through me. Oh no, no. I am. Oh no. I got a fucking line of people. Spraying off the smelly people. I'm never going to be selling a card less than $1 ever again. Oh my god, this guy got a fuck ton. And I almost fucked up by... It's a good thing that they have like a safety thing. Is there a way to turn that off? Tooltips? I don't think so. It'd be brutal if you could turn it off and then accidentally give people too much money back. Is there like a nicer play table? No. Oh, she got so many packs. And this costs $15? Yeah. Dude, you're coming in here with a suit and sandals. You should be able to afford that. But I think that card is, like, fuck you expensive. one pack? Run out of blue dice and white. She came in only for cleaning stuff. No cards or anything. That's kind of weird. Kinda weird. Let's see what I can get. I need to be level 12 to get these packs. Epic cards. Legendary. Oh. Oh no. I think I kicked the box around somewhere. No, wait, no, I didn't pick the box somewhere. I just put it all on the shelf. Not bad pricing. Fair price. Buy 500 cards. God, I'm out of white dice. Blue, white. I may just go ahead and get red too. They waited for them to get up and go before they could wanted to play. Fun. My idea is that they'll see these expensive cards and be like, what the fuck? And try their luck with the packs. I wasn't thinking the lights were on. Oh my god. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. One card sleeve. Oh, I thought that guy picked up more. This guy could buy something. I'm gonna let him cook. Yes. Yes, they're both buying stuff. I think this guy got like one card sleeve. This guy, oh my god, I let him cook and he gave me $80. Oh, wait, no. I thought he was getting card sleeves, but $20. Okay, it's day 7. So let me grab the packs. And I'm gonna do something epic, something sick, something cool. Okay. Since this is the 7th day, 1 week of working at the card shop, guys. 1 week. 1 week of working. Oh, wait, no. No! I forgot to move the camera down. No! The production. The production value has went down. Oh, God. You weren't supposed to see behind the scenes. Okay, since it's day 7, I'm going to be opening 2 of these Enduring Freedom packs. A nice crack. Nice vintage smell from 2001. Ooh. Let Freedom Ring. This is very nice. I already have this one. I already put this one in. Patriotic Farewell. Ooh. Army Special Forces. Special Ops. I'm throwing that in. National Security Council. I'll throw that in. F-15C Eagle. Oh my god. Chairman of Joint Chiefs. Air assault soldier repels from a helicopter. I'm gonna throw that one in. Let me throw all these in. Throw him up there. Throw him there. And then him right there. Now, the second pack for the 7th day. America the beauty, the beautiful. America the beautiful. I just got this card. I just got this card. No, it's all falling downhill. Wait, no, there's one stuck. Osama? No. Ooh, Apache. I'm gonna throw that in. National Security Council, got that. F-15C, already got that one. This pack is just dupes. Oh! National Security Advisor. Let's go. Let's go, Pog. Everyone, let's Pog. 2 packs. 7th day. 7th day. Throw this back here with the others. And then 3 packs. Now let's go back to the game. No Osama. No Osama yet, Craig. But look, wait. Let me go back. I got my favorite president. George Bush. George Bush calls. I got big old George Bush. And the Pokemon cards have actually been popping off. Yeah, no, this was in the box. So this came in like the pack that I got, the Spark. And then I pulled the Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Articuno, Tyranitar, Dragonite, Steelix, this one, Magikarp, Chansey, and then this one, and then all the other ones. But I pulled these 7 from one pack, and then I pulled these 2 from another one, along with this one, which was insane. So I'm probably going to do like a price check to see if they're worth anything, since they're Pokemon Go themed cards. The time to get back into the game. The card pulling in the game has been insane. I pulled like a $700 card, and someone bought it. And I've only opened 8 packs of cards so far. Actual packs, not in the game. God, they're already lining up. Let's see. No. I did not pull anything. I'll get 2 of those. What else? I think one or two. I'll get one of those. I pick that up. And I should make enough money to get some like figurines and stuff. Throw that extra one up there. Just stack. Okay. Oh shoot. I'm actually gonna... Oh god. Where are the high roller people buying like 50 cards? 50 packs, 50 cards. 55 sleeves, 50 packs, 50 cards, 50 deodorants, 50 dice. 50 boxes. No. No. Okay, I hope you bought the one that I sprayed on you, dude. Wait, no. Holy fuck, I have so many people. I'll go ahead and get that. Wait, I need to see my bills. 3 days. Oh my god, Craig, it's me! Oh my god, this guy. Got so many plushies. been playing at 60. That guy comes in and is like, I'm gonna play cards. Both of these guys, they're like, we're gonna play cards right before you close. I'm just gonna end the day on him. That wasn't too bad, but you know what time it is? Pack opening time. Oh, pack openings! Pack openings! Yeah, this is... Again. I'm gonna go with the retro pack. Oh. Black Illusion Ritual. A Shining Angel. Manga? Manga again? Oh, Lord of D! Lord of D's nuts! Lord of D's nuts! Mask of Darkness. Armed Ninja. Flame Soldier. I'll put Flame Soldier in. Polymerization. All semi-mid cards. All mid cards. I haven't gotten a single good Yu-Gi-Oh card, honestly. And I've opened like... I had 8 packs of them. I've opened 3 packs and I've gotten mid every single one. Mid packs, every single pack. Nothing good. But yep. Time to get back into the game. Lord of D, Flame Soldier, only 2 good ones. Unless there's rare ones. Unless there's like actual good cards that I've done, and then I don't even know if they're good or not. Again, let's get back into the game. All my boxes. Oh, this is empty. So I'll probably buy a big, actually. Fill that shelf. Fill that one. Put that one over there. Oh my god, I didn't even know I could do that. I'll buy that. We buy one of these. One of these. And then I'll probably buy another one of those. $700 down the drain. That's my spares. Oh no. I'll just throw that there for now. The dice. Just so I can get these boxes out of here. Get another shelf. Actually, I'm ripping all these. I don't think I'm gonna get anything good from any of these packs. Ooh, actually, never mind. $16 card. one looked good. That was in. Let's see. I feel like I'm pulling cards, but they're really, like, cheap. I'll do $350 for these. I already did all those prices. $50. Oh, that's the same one. Crazy how that guy picked the chair that was directly staring at me. Kinda weird. Oh my god, now these are selling. Oh my god, the cards are selling too. Actually crazy. I had them so fucking jacked up in price. No one wanted them. I'm gonna buy another card rack. Is it gonna snap? Yeah. Oh my god, I have a line of customers. I was too busy fucking with my cards. Come on, come on, come on, dude. I've got a line. Thank you for exact change. Oh my god, everyone skipped. I'm giving 50 cents back for everyone. Oh my god, I can pay my rent, guys. Person only came here to get change. I don't even know if I have enough money to get white dice. No. Yeah, that's a good price. That's a good price for those plushies. I don't know why they're not selling. They're not selling fast enough, hard enough. I need white dice. I'm not gonna put those cards out. I swear to God, I've seen that same Walter White fucking guy And he always stinks. He always smells. Oh no. Oh no, I need to take a drug. Again. Next day. You know what that means? Card time. Card time. Card time. I think I'm gonna do another Yu-Gi-Oh card pull, even though they've been absolute dog trash dog, completely awful. To me, I'm gonna pull them. I'm gonna pull them and then see what I get. I don't know if it's just these cards, these retro pack cards, are just complete bad trash, but let's see. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Wait, oh my god. UFO Turtle? Blue Eyes Toon Dragon? Dude, I wasn't even expecting this. That's actually good. But it's like I already got one of those. That one's okay. This one's okay. It's like, dude. It's like this is one card that I'd like really like to have. I have one, it's old, it's damaged, it's not good. Like that's good, but I don't know how many I'm gonna pull that are actually good. Okay. So I've got 4 more Yu-Gi-Oh, 4 more Pokemon, a fuck ton of Enduring Freedom. So I'll probably do Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Enduring Freedom, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, because these Pokemon ones have actually been popping off so hard. And I got a pack that gave me the Spark card. It was like the Pokemon bundle, Pokemon Go bundle, which gave me Spark. And then it gave me this cool little pin this cool sick pin, and then 6 packs. And these packs, I've pulled literal gas from them every single time I pulled. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like one card. Pokemon, I feel like I'm overvaluing it, but they've just been good every single time. The Enduring Freedom ones, I've gotten doubles, triples, but at least I'm getting like cool stuff every single one, like George Bush, the GOAT. But yeah, let's head back into the game. Let me adjust everything real quick. Adjust. Resume. I'm gonna go ahead and just buy this straight away, and then see what else I need from there. That out. Can I do sick trick shot? No. Oh, I could get that if I had enough money. Me. I think I'm gonna save up and then get these. The epic packs. I don't even think I have anything good to put out too. Oh, I've got some $3 cards. They're still like only $3 and not that good. I should have checked the price. $6 profit, 7, 8, okay. Oh my god, people are actually buying the plushies today. They're like one person. How much are those 1 packs? Let's see. I think they're 800 to just get licensed to own them. $669.01. I know. Are you getting a bunch of deodorant? No, you're not. You should. Like, I definitely should have gotten deodorant. He really needed it. I have no cards out. Why are you only buying cleaner? Are you gonna play cards with that old guy over there? With that guy over there? Yeah, you are. And he instantly got screwed over. Let's see. This will probably be a longer stream than usual, also. If you couldn't tell by like the 3.5 hours streamed. Since I haven't been able to last weekend, and then this weekend I had sort of brain rot. So yeah. Unlock epic license pack. How much? Wait, no. How much are those cards? Because I think I made. Oh fuck. I'm sorry, sir. I may just buy 4 boxes, rip them, see what I get, replace, put them all in that section right there. Oh my god, this guy. Let me see how much money I need. I need $500, or like more than 500. Okay, that's a fair price. Oh no. Oh no, I don't want to pick up that. Your smell is going to deter the customers. Be like this person who bought 4 deodorants. Let me see how many, just 3 boxes, just so I can get stuff on the shelf. I need another 30. I need another 30, and then I can get those epic rare, epic packs. I thought that guy came in for a second, smelled up the place, and then I sprayed him and then he left. Let's see. 8. Oh, actually, I can go ahead and buy these. Give me like 2 seconds. 2 seconds, people. 2 seconds. Throw those cards right in your fucking face, dude. Fuck, those are expensive. $21, $21. Yeah, I fucking see you coming in smelling like that. This is a fine, overpriced establishment. Don't smell. Okay, yeah, that's white dice. I still have so many left. I have so many white dice. That guy just showed up, sat down, and then they were like, yeah, we're leaving. Here's your, like, $2. Oh, he's buying all the blues. 5 plushies, no. I'm hoping I get good shit from this box. That epic pack. Epic box, give me something good. I'll get one of those. Blue dice. Black dice. I might just have to get black dice. Because that's the only thing I can really afford right now. I can barely afford it. Almost to the next day. Are they going to get anything on the way out? gonna let this guy browse for a bit. And these guys are coming in to play cards last minute. They're just coming in and waiting. Okay, I'm going to the next day. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Day 17, day 18. You know what that means. Time to open up some packs. Okay, guys. So I've got 4 more of both of these, and then a fuck ton of Enduring Freedom. So we'll do an Enduring Freedom pack for today. USA, home of the brave. Ooh. Card check. So this shows all the cards that are in the packs. And I don't think it has the Osama one on it. Title card. I don't know if it has the Osama one on it. Air Force F-16. I don't think I've gotten that card yet. Is there another one? Nope, no other cards. USS George Washington off the coast of New York. I'm gonna get that, keep that. I'm gonna throw that one in there. Army paratroopers boarding an aircraft. That one's sick. FEMA director. Oh my gosh, they ran out of money. Oh, they can't support hurricane season. Ambush. New York governor? Oh my god. German police hunt for clues in Hamburg. Okay. Now some of these cards are sick. I'm gonna throw the F-16 in. I'm gonna throw this one in there. Throw the New York governor in. Beeman Bush. Paratroopers. And then the USS George Washington. Throw that one in there. So that was a good pack. No duplicates. No duplicates at all. I'm not even halfway done with the 1 box of Enduring Freedom that I have. So let me switch back to the game, back to gameplay, and let's go through another day. If I get that Osama card, dude, it's gonna be nuts. Nuts, crazy, crazy nuts. So I need black, blue, red. So then black, blue. I maybe be good on red. I think just black and blue. And then the card sleeves. Loading up all these sleeves. Okay. But you can put a full... Well, you can put a full, like, 64 on that one, too. Or 60... 32. 32. Oh my god. I think you put more, actually. Okay, time to start pulling. Okay. Come on, give me like $1,000, $2,000 card here. Oh, wait, that looked like it may have been peak. Oh, that wasn't really. Oh, that... No? Ooh, now that one wasn't that good. Come on, give me like the secret rare. Dude. I'm not getting any like insane picks. Ooh, $20 card. Ooh, $27 pack. I thought these were going to be better for me to pull, but they're not. I had a better chance of getting good stuff on the other packs. Oh, that one was pretty decent. Oh, this one's good. No. Come on. Give me like... Ooh, $10? think that was my last one. Wait, no. I got another one. Yeah. I just need some good shit. I don't even have money to buy any more of those. Yep, let's see. Let's see how this day goes. Okay, you only got one card. Oh my god, this guy's balling out, dude. This guy's like actually like, holy shit. I'm ballin'. Oh my god, this person too. Oh no. That person's cards are all destroyed because of me. Holy fuck. Oh my god. And this is all the expensive shit too. The white dice! They're finally selling! Ooh, he bought the $22 card. She bought like $1. She only needed change. She's like, what's the cheapest thing that I can get in here? Ruined his cards. Ruined his cards forever. We hit the 4-hour mark. 4-hour mark on the stream, guys. Pog, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Oh my god, she got so much shit. And that guy's really stinking up the place. He's really stinking up the place, and yeah. 34. Hopefully my mic wasn't bad the whole time. 1, 2, 3, 5. There. This person is the same way. He's like, I want the cheapest thing because I need cash back. I need red dice. This guy needed cash back too. A lot of people needed cash back today. This person, no, she wanted that. As soon as I buy red dice, someone comes and buys 4 of them. Wait, 9/11? All the cards that I put out today are now sold. Um, I think I may run it and get that. Run, Phil. Phil, shell faster. Unless someone like cleans the shelves, I'm gonna open up all the rest of the packs and hope I get something good. God, these red dice. Did I undercharge them? Macy bills. Oh god. Let's see. I think I'll buy one of those. I'll just get another 4-pack of these. One left in there. Oh, you can actually open up those card boxes. That's sick. So if I get an extra card box, that's just more cards for me. Yeah, I don't have any more good cards out for today. I only have cheap, bad, dog shit cards. Oh wait, no, I actually have some good ones. I don't know why that wasn't showing up before. 4. There you go. Oh no. This guy could cook and buy a bunch of shit. He's not. Wait, oh my god. He actually cooked. He smelled like shit. And I let him stay, and then he cooked and gave me an extra $105. Okay, now that person, I'm ending the day on them. Ooh, $500 profit. Let's go. Let's go. New day, new packs. Yes, Cam. Okay. So I got Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Endurance of Freedom. Today's the night. So today's a new day. Day 19. So 19, 20, 21. So let's see. Ooh. This could be good. Oh my god, it's Eevee! It's like IRL Eevee! Look at that shit, that's sick! Eevee? This one, never really liked it. Raticade! Oh, let's go, Raticade. I'm gonna keep him. Tranquil. Don't really know. Ooh, this one, I'm gonna keep. Venusaur? Holy shit, okay. Venusaur and then Charizard. That is insane. Actually insane. And they're both like really like good. Holy fuck. Slowbro, I'm throwing Slowbro in the book. Luma, Tone, okay. Pokestop, okay. And then here is a code. I'm gonna leave this up so Twitch gets the thumbnail of it. Twitch, if you know anything, get the thumbnail of this. Get the thumbnail of this, Twitch. Twitch. People are gonna see it and be like, oh, Pokemon? Pokemon cards? People are gonna see, oh, Pokemon cards, Pog! Pog Pokemon cards, let's go in there! The Venusaur and the Charizard are actually, like, insane picks, to get. So let me slide these two in. These cards going to the back. I'll throw the Eevee in. Eevee's pretty cool. Eradicate, pretty cool. That one's pretty cool. And then the Slowbro. And then, yeah. This will be for the next day. Day 20. Day 21. So, let me switch back to the gameplay, guys. Gameplay! I gotta find a way to do this desk cam better. Because it's just like... Ugh. Ew, gross. That's how it is. Okay, resume. Let's open the box. None of these are all that good. Oh, that was good. Oh, now this is really good. Okay. Oh, I could have put that box right there, but it's fine. Okay, let's see. Is that all of them? Yeah, that is. Okay. Last pack of the box. All dog water. Why can't I? I didn't have the box open. Clearing out all this shit. Yeah, I know you want to come in and get cards. Figurines. Plushies. Let me do a quick price. Yeah, I'll settle with that much for those. I'll keep those at 350. Let's see what else I can get. doing a little bit of organizing. I'm gonna throw that there so I can do more. Put those there. We move all of these over. So I got the packs and the cards next to each other. Let me throw that out. I'm gonna buy one of these. Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to get actual packs. Just casually wasting money. I guess I'll just throw these down here since I don't have the boxes yet. And I did the price check on everything. I think I'm good to open. People coming in to play cards. The gamers. The gamer wall. The card wall. Plushies. A $1 card. Oh, I think she picked up a bunch. Wow, that person just like sniped the line. No. Ruined his cards forever. god, that guy has so much shit. Oh, I got another card. Oh my god, they're just coming in and buying all the cards. No, it's not there. No, not there. Where's the... Maybe it's in the DIY? Automatically spray. Holds up to 2 cleaners. Oh, okay, so it uses cleaners. When do I have to pay? 5 days? I think I should be good on that. I may just go ahead and get this. As soon as people come in, they just get hit by the cleaner. Let's see how good that works. And how long those 2 cleaners last for? Cleaner is not that good. Wow. I thought it was gonna be better. Oh, I probably need to... do it like that. They're all picking up the cards. Sleeve's a little too expensive. I've sold so many though. is this just an empty box? Yeah, it is. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Wow, everyone's bought all the cards over there already. Excellent price for epic cards. Epic. Oh wait, the thing got her. The cleaner actually... Oh my god, so many packs. Okay, she smelled and then... Okay. It was an $8 card, not that bad. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, another easy day. Let's see the profit. $15 profit. So now it's time for pack opening. Oh god, I can't script like I did before and show behind the scenes. Again. Yu-Gi-Oh pack. Please. Please have something good. Please have something good in you. Again. Shining Angel. Already got that. Giant Germ, Giant COVID. Okay. Tree. Okay. Sonic Bird. Okay. Ooh, I think this is actually good. I think this is like a really good card. I'm gonna just immediately throw that in there. Flame Swordsman. Okay. 7 tool, got it. Man Eater Bug. Is that? No, that's not. Two-headed Thunder Dragon. Okay. Like, I don't know if it's the fact that I'm just not pulling anything good from these cards. But like the Yu-Gi-Oh ones, I'm never gonna. If I do this when I do this again, I'm not getting Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm just gonna do Pokemon cards. Because just getting shit like just bad cards, not even good ones. It's insane. It's insane. It's insane. But yeah. Let's switch back to the gameplay now. Okay. I don't need any of those out. Don't need any of those out. Red I am good with. Let me get 2 of those. I may get one of those. And then one of those. Put that one in. Let's try my luck. I'm just gonna zoom through these. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like I'm getting close to something else big. That's like huge, but maybe something else. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. I feel like this might be the box to redeem everything. Okay, come on. I feel it. I feel it getting close. Closer. Come on. Come on, cards. How much was this? Oh my god, the last pack. Let's see. That was actual dog. Actually, let's see. Let's see if anyone pays 950 for that. I think I'm all good. I'm all good. Let's see how many people come in and get shit now. All plushies. No sound. Oh, okay. I don't know. I think he got like a $100 card though. No. $10, that's not that bad. Or $8, that's not bad. Oh, he's looking at the... Oh, no, he didn't get it. He was looking at it, though. He was like, oh, do I try and just buy it? This guy came over, saw the $1 card. No, saw like... This guy came over, saw the $950 card, walked over and got the $1 card. That's actually crazy. Let's see, let's see. Fair price, I'd say. Easy $1 card. Oh my god, $14? Oh god. No one wants to play with you because you stink. Can I still? Yeah, I can. Oh, this guy's checking out. Good price, but I'm broke. You're broke, yet you buy a bunch of cards. You buy a bunch of packs. Oh my god, this guy bought a bunch of boxes. And exact, wow. Is that? No, I thought that was the super expensive card, but it's like one of them. Is that not? My mind is melting. I've been playing this for too long. Not a bad price, but I'm broke. This guy's expecting to pull something really good. Oh my god. He has red hair and he's buying the $950 card. I just robbed that fucker. He's gonna get home and he's gonna be like, oh no, it's fake. It's a fake card. Let's see if I can pay the bills. I got 4 days left. I thought that was gonna be like big card. Big card money, big money card. Ooh, the $200 card? Dude, I'm making fucking money. All of the fucking cards got sold out today. All of them. Let me... There. Damn, there's so many people over there. And so many people losing, too. They were here for like 2 hours. The fuck? And that guy bought stuff, too. I don't think I have any... Oh, wait, no, I actually have a lot of... I don't get why this doesn't show on page 2. It just goes from, like, the expensive to the cheap stuff. They got people still walking around. And shopping past closing. Let's see the total cash. Oh, God. That fucking money. But it's day 21 and you know what that means. Time to open a pack. The last day pack. And this one? Let me actually, quick. Three packs on the last day. Come on. Alright, let's smell Osama. Old Glory. Another checklist card. Gold checklist card. Air Force F-16, ready for action. B-52 bomber. B-1B Lancer and F-15. FEMA, already got this. New York Governor, already got this. And then another stealth bomber. I feel like what I want is coming soon. Okay. Don't try it on me. Secretary of State. That's a new one, I'm pretty sure. C-17 transport plane. Army paratroopers boarding. Ooh. B-1B bomber flies long-range missions. I don't have that one. Investigating. Calm, Pennsylvania site. I don't have that one. F-16C. Readying jets aboard the USS Enterprise. I'll throw that in. Last pack. God bless America. I already got this guy. Oh my god. Already got him. Already got that. Air operation on board on the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Got that one. That one's another duplicate. An attack on freedom. That's new. And then readying jets, okay. I'll slide that one in there. Slide that one in there. Let me slide all these, slide all these in. And then these cards back in the book. There's like a stack building up back here. It's insane how many cards I have back here now. But that's over. Let's get back into the gameplay. Oh, okay, just had to switch on lights so I could see. But let's resume. Let's see what I need. I think I'm good on... I'm gonna get 2 of those. One of those. Two of these. And I think for cards that'll be good. Let me just check this out. Don't come in here, smelly guy. You're gonna just stink up the place. Okay. Actually, may I open up all these? Let's do a poll. Ooh, $20. That was nice. Actually, I'm gonna stick those back down there. Blue and red. Red and blue. Let's see if I get anything out of these. Ooh. Ooh, nice card. Okay, last pull. Last pulls. Okay, wow. I don't think I got anything good. Let me sort by price. And 5 more cards. 4 more cards. I'll do it for that much. I'd be half tempted to get the star one, but I didn't have enough money. What's my spare box? My move box? I think that's everything, so... Oh god. First person in smells. This is on and it's still not doing anything. Why? Why? I sprayed that guy too and he left immediately. Okay. Like, I was just, like, casing the place. Holy fuck, this guy. Oh, did he get the... Oh, he got the fucking expensive card, too. just pay all that now. How's everything going over here? It seems pretty good.
Kind of chilling for the most part. While,
Oh my god.
but you know, like
Oh my
MSP's.
god. I am. I wanted to see. Oh my god, there's so much shit. I just wanted to see if there was any, like, card unboxing streams or categories, because after today, I'm going to be going... After this, I'm going to... after this, I'm going to just switch to just chatting and rip the rest of those packs open. Oh my god, this is gonna be like me. Blue dice are sold out over there. Oh no. Oh no. Sorry about that, I had to clean a guy. Okay. He just told her what cards she had. Yeah, let's see. Day's over, people are still shopping, people are still playing cards. think that guy's gonna pick up some stuff before he leaves. Yeah. Clears out all my shelves. I don't know what the dissatisfied is. Items earned, cards, games earned, bought cards, played games. Okay, day 22. This is where I'm gonna actually buy some stuff for the shop real quick. I'm so glad that I figured out that I could just do that. Oh, wait. I fucked that up. I had white dice down there. I had a red dice too. Have all the dice up there. Oh wait, no, fuck. Right. Those there, those there. just these two. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it with like TCG card game, but I'm gonna just open up all the rest of those packs that I have. I think I'm just gonna keep this in the background for ambiance. Oh god. Moving my keyboard and everything. Oh fuck, I'll need my keyboard. I'll need it. I didn't see a opening card pack thing. Okay, is it updated? Okay. Let me adjust this camera too real quick. Okay. Okay. So let's see. So I have Enduring Freedom cards. I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 of these. I'm trying to get a single card out of these, which is the Osama card. And then I bought some Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro packs. For the old school cards, because I don't know what the fuck's going on with Yu-Gi-Oh! And I've seen videos where they're like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Now versus then, it's fucking crazy now, and you wanna understand it. And then I got some of these Pokemon cards. The Pokemon cards actually have been crazy all day during stream. So I want to open these last, so I'll probably do the Enduring Freedom, the Yu-Gi-Oh!, and then the Pokemon cards. And then if I have any ones that I like, I'm putting them in the book. Any other ones, I'm just throwing underneath. Let's get started. These colors don't run. President Bush rallies troops. Sick. That's gonna go in the book. USS George Washington, already have that. Apache helicopter, already have that. Jet refueling in midair, throwing that in. USS Carl, I'm throwing that there. I think I have her already here in the book, so I think I'm gonna throw her there. 2nd Airborne Troops at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Rip, rip, North Carolina. Hopefully everything gets better very soon. Next pack. Oh God. United we stand. Air Force Special Ops. Sailors aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Oh my God. Oh my God. President Bush Congress addresses Congress. Throwing that in there. F-15A. Shooting missile. Already had this one. Already got this one. German police hunt. Oh my God, I got the fucking Osama bin Laden rookie card. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Today is a good day. I thought I was not gonna get this card, but I have gotten it. I got the Osama bin Laden rookie card, dude. Gold. Gold. My heart is pounding, dude. If there's a chance that I get another one out of this box or the other one, I'm gonna be crazy. Air Force SOS. I want to preserve this. I need to make sure. Osama. I'm shaking. Osama bin Laden. Rookie card. Osama bin Laden rookie card. I fucking got it. I was expecting not to get this card. To get that card. Oh my God. Crazy. Crazy, dude. I'm throwing those there. The ones that I'm keeping I'm throwing up here. And then the ones that I'm throwing in the back, I'm just throwing back here. Dude. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so ecstatic. I can't believe I got his card. The one card I wanted, and I got it. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I'm still fucking like, ooh, tweaking. Proud, brave, and strong. This confronts. Oh. Wait. Oh yeah. F-16. Wait, is this Rudy Giuliani? Rudy Giuliani gives a thumbs up? Congress, moment of silence. Attack on Freedom, I have that one. New York Harbor before September 11th, 2001. Dude, I'm still like fucking ecstatic about getting Osama. B-2 bomber. That's actually kind of sick. Holy fuck. I'm gonna fucking organize this fucking book after and Dude, holy fuck. Bush rebukes anti-Muslim sentiment in the US. Wall Street reopens. Oh, I'm gonna... Okay. Bush embraces New York's rescue workers. Old Glory drapes the damaged Pentagon. Flowers outside U.S. Embassy in Beijing. I'm gonna keep that. New York's finest. Defense Secretary Rumfield makes a point. Oh my god. I just got a fucking fucking pile of fucking trash over here. Thundercats. Oh my god, that Vladimir Putin addresses Russians. Actually sick. Relief volunteers. A giant stadium. New York's bravest toll. Okay. Israel foreign minister. Former president of the United States prayer. Is that? Oh, there's Bill Clinton. Hillary Clinton? Is that? That's Bush Sr.? Marines head out for overseas duty. 100%. I got this box, open box, but like all the cards were there, and I was like, there's a good chance that these are gonna like not have the card I want, but holy fuck. FBI director. Aleph. I'm not, I don't wanna, no. He gave one. Britain's Tony Blair. Mike, wait. Vice President Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. Okay, now this is good, the good shit. Bush and his cabinet. I'm gonna keep that one. Navy. Hawkeye radar planes take off. There's a good chance I could get another Osama bin Laden rookie card in these packs. Let freedom ring. Britain don't care. Oh, Bush. We will not fail. Oh, there's... Oh, there she is. There she is. Police search suspect's house in Florida. Congressional leader. Prepping aircraft. Oh God. Okay, come on, pack. I know you have something good. All of them have been easy except for this one. Okay. Let freedom ring. Got that. President Bush rallies the troops. I think I already put this one in the book, but I'm gonna throw it there just in case. Bush confronts. I think I got that one already. Refueling midair. Carl Vision. Pentagon, or Bragg. Okay. I'm getting dupes. I'm getting some dupes, but it's okay. It's all good. The Osama dupe would be insane. Blackhawk. I got this one. Let's see. Another Putin card. George Bush addresses Congress. Already got that one. F-15. Israel foreign. Wait. Oh, God, I got another fucking Osama card. I got 2 fucking Osama cards in this box. This is insane. 2 Osama cards in one box. 2 Osama cards. I'm gonna have the Osama trilogy soon. Let me put him under the other one. I don't know how. I don't know how rare these cards are, but I saw the Osama one and I was like, okay, this has to be like gas. And then getting 2 in one box, I feel like is insane. And then I have another box that's sealed. So if that one has like 1 or 2 more Osamas, it's gonna be nuts. Nuts. Okay, let's go. Wait. I'm gonna be put on a no-fly list after this for being like, oh, Pog, Osama. Osama's Pog, dude. I'm gonna get banned from Twitch. They're gonna be like, you opened up these cards. Okay. I already have that one. Rudy Giuliani again. Got a dupe of him. And there's another card underneath. Okay. Congress moment of silence. Dick Cheney again. Another Twin Towers one. And then Bomber. Okay. Okay, dude. Am I gonna get the triple threat? the triple threat Osama? Okay. Britain HMS. Wall Street reopens. Trump addressing rescue workers. Florida again. Flowers outside U.S. Embassy, Beijing. New York's finest. And then defense. I got 3 more packs of these. Let's see what I get. Let's see what I get. Let's see what I get. United Way Stand. FBI Director. I don't think I have that one. Volunteers. That one I have. France. I don't care about France. United States prayers. Marines head out. I thought there were 2 cards stuck on that one. NATO stands tall among America. Woo, NATO. Giving blood. Burden. Bush receives update. Bush's cabinet. Camp David. Navy. Okay, got that. Got this. All. Enduring Freedom picture card. I haven't gotten one of these. I've gotten the checklist, but I haven't gotten one of those. Okay. Let's see if I get the triple threat. The triple threat of Osama, triple threat. Okay. Oh, this is new. Haven't gotten that one before. Bush assures the nation. Okay, I already got that one. Clinton got that one. Dr. George. I don't think I have him. Congressional leader. Prepping aircraft aboard USS Theodore. Okay. And then. Okay. Okay. Let me throw all these in the book. Or no. No, because I have a fucking stack right here that I need to put in. Okay, these are all going down under. Let's get to the disappointing packs. I've only gotten one good card per pack, basically, for the Yu-Gi-Oh! So, let's see. Got that one. Ooh! I actually like that one. Don't care. Ooh! Right leg of Exodia. Already got that one. I got that one, that one, that one. Another 2 cards that I liked out of the whole pack. I'm just speed running these at this point. Again. Ooh, Toon Mermaid. Tomato. Right arm. Ooh. I'm just speed running these. Cannon Soldier. Okay. I think you can get Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in this, which is what I'm looking for. That's like the only thing that I'd be looking for in this. Molden. COVID. Ooh, Monster Reborn. I think that was banned for a couple years. And then, yeah. I'll just... The Yu-Gi-Oh cards are just straight dog. Straight dog water for the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I'm just going to throw these in here. And then I'm going to organize this entire book after. And now time for the actual good cards. The Pokemon cards. Hopefully I did not scrap. No, I did not. I got a repeat, I see. Magikarp. Apom. Charmander I already have. Eevee I already have. That one I don't care for. This one, oh, this one actually looks really good. Same with this one. I don't even know what Pokemon this is. But it looks like a good card. Okay. Trainer, I guess. Ivysaur? I can actually get all, or I can actually use that. Here's the Pokemon Redeem card. So there you go. Let's go to the next pack. I'm hoping for Blastoise, honestly. It's like the one thing I would really want from this. Oh, no. Okay. Eradicate already have. Already have that one. Bulbasaur I have. Already have that. Don't have that. I have the previous evolution, so I'll probably throw that there. Apom. Moltres. Oh, Executor. I'm gonna throw that there. Energy, Ingot, Egg. Okay. Okay. Here's the card. Okay. last Pokemon pack. This one, it's just ripping it around, dude. Again. Last one taking it slow. Already have this one. Already have this one. Slow poke. I'm gonna throw that in there. I don't really care for that one. Pikachu. Real life Pikachu. Radiant Charizard. That has to be good. Metal? Metal? Energy. Lore. This guy's probably pretty cool. And then, yeah. There is the code. Let me lift it up higher. And throw that in the pile. This is gonna be the end of stream. I've got just a complete stack of trash from all the packs. Like look at all this shit. Look at all this fucking garbage. Look at all this garbage. I may be streaming again sometime this week, maybe during the week. If you watch, I don't know. If you watch through the entire video, thank you. If you're pogging over the 2 Osama cards, I am too. They're sick. I honestly wasn't expecting to get one in one box, so I bought another. I have another sealed in factory Enduring Freedom box, because I wasn't expecting to get one of these in here. But yeah, thank you for watching the stream if you watched. Thank you for watching the VOD if you're watching the VOD. But yeah, hope everyone has a good night. Bye.